Thanks for joining the stream. It's good to be here. Thanks for hanging out with me. Did you get a notification? All right, I'm going to make a couple quick social media posts and then get to painting. Okay. Well, I hope I kind of help you, like, I don't know, stay positive about it. I know that oh gosh, I know portraits are frustrating, especially self-portraits. So, I hope the breaks are really helpful. Okay, let's see if I can make this microphone a little bit better. Yeah, so I wanted to start out the stream with this one on here for like the thumbnail. I'm probably going to start with one that I haven't shown on the stream yet, just so that I can play a little bit of catch up with it. I like to have a lot of concurrent projects and kind of get things all to about the same, or keep things at about the same level, rather than kind of trying to finish one and then like start another. So yeah, I think she's looking quite nice. I'm gonna swap her out here in just a moment. So how are you doing? Well, one, I don't know your name. Tell if you want to tell me in the chat, because somehow I doubt that Dumb World is your name. Um, but how are you? How are you doing?
Hey everybody, David.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay, I posted to my personal Facebook. Now I'll post to my Facebook page. I've kind of like slacked off on posting to Instagram because I've learned that people don't go off of Instagram. So I'm not exactly sure what the point of like me posting there is. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. Well, it's nice to meet you, Mike. And yeah, when I first started, I was learning a lot from Robert Liberace, and he talked about studio and Caminati all the time. And that was like my first exposure to it when I was in, I think, like middle or high school. And now my friend David goes up and teaches up there all the time. Oof. Uh, I feel that with the mirror and the lighting. Gosh. I've procrastinated on so many projects for like exactly that reason. Like, but how do I set it up? What are the logistics like? I wish I had a really good mirror suggestion for you, or a lighting suggestion for that matter. I used to think lighting was super duper complicated and I had to have like all this special stuff. And then I asked Daniel Keys how he lit his flowers because it just always looked like there was this beautiful north light shining on them. And he was like, "Oh, I just bought a $30 softbox off Amazon." So that kind of like shattered any illusions I had about it needing to be some like big fancy thing. Oh yeah, I bet. Is there any are they doing any kind of like virtual instruction or anything? It's nice that you could theoretically go set something up at home and like I don't know, do some bargs or like borrow a cast or do a self-portrait or a still life or something, but okay. Going to put Miss Millie away and grab. So this is Kearney. She is a cutie cute Yorkie. And I've really only barely blocked her in, so. I'm sure they'll get to the online stuff quickly. I mean, I figure like that school is nimble enough that they could do something like that. I feel you on the bargs. Yeah. No, I have a student who kind of identified like drawing is the weak spot that she wants to work on. And so I introduced her to bargs and I came back the next week and I think she was ready to like throw all of them out her window. She hates them so much. Okay. So last night, even though I didn't stream, I did a little bit of studio prep. I cleaned out my tank of Gamsol, which desperately needed to be cleaned. Topped it off with fresh solvent. Put away a painting I varnished day before yesterday, and then put finishing touches on 5 different portraits that are going to be ready for varnishing later this week. Might even be ready in a couple days. We'll see. So pretty well ready to paint. I'm gonna probably top off a few colors on my palette here. Alright. Okay, so I set out some new transparent oxide brown last time. Looks like I could use some transparent oxide red. And that might be it for now. We shall see. I'm hoping the art supply store doesn't close. Steven! How are you? Did you get to go to your movie on Sunday? Laura! Isn't she adorable? This is just the beginning of Kearney's painting. It's amazing how much she's already like there though. Laura, you've already been like homebound for a couple weeks, right? How are you doing? Like I'm yesterday was I think the first day where I didn't go anywhere and I'm already feeling it. Oh, I'm glad it was good and I'm glad you all got to go and do something special. Hi Susan. Thanks so much for joining. It's so cool having everyone on here. Okay, let's see. I love all the nice emails I get back when I send out email blasts. Like so many people just message to say that they liked the email or that they're thinking of me. It's so sweet. Like it makes me so happy. So anytime any of you ever reply back to an email I send, know that it makes me tremendously happy. Meanwhile, speaking of making me happy, my very kind neighbor found flour and canned soup and other things that we couldn't find forever at the grocery store and is going to drop them off. Which, if there's one nice thing about everything that's happening, I think it's just how much we're all looking out for one another. Hello to Lola. Um, oh wow, I'm glad you made it, Stephen. Yeah, I bet that was right on the edge. I'm glad that there weren't a lot of people though, so you guys could all stay safe. Okay. All right. So, oh, it feels so cathartic to close Photoshop files for paintings that are officially approved and finished. It's a really good feeling. All right. Let me get this cutie cute Yorkies photo up here. Yeah, Stephen Oliver actually like wrote an article that he published on Medium um, about how like media companies should really start releasing things on streaming just because like people need things to do. Um, and I think like several movie releases have been pushed to streaming already. I'm not the expert, but um, yes, yes, the completion feel is so satisfying. Um, But yeah, I think more and more things are getting pushed to streaming services, even if they were supposed to have a theatrical release. So I'll have to keep an eye out for it. I think Oliver saw it like a few weeks ago and really liked it. Okay. So to start off, I'm just getting a photo of where the painting is at and like cropping it down, putting it in Photoshop so I can superimpose it on the photo I'm working from. And that way I can see really quickly what kind of changes I need to make. So this looks like I'm just social media scrolling or something, but the reality is that I'm like painstakingly trying to resize this image and get like a perfect crop. Okay. Susan, I saw a really cute post of like someone came home or walked downstairs to see their boyfriend like unprompted, like snuggled in a blankie with a beer watching Frozen 2, which I thought was like really adorable. I actually haven't seen Frozen 2 yet, so I might watch that at some point. Also, I have to ask, okay, so how is the entire herd of horses? How is Mirage? Um, how is that adorable pony that I see James riding? How is everybody? I assume there are horses I don't even know about. Yeah. I definitely have my share of bratty ponies. Nice. Are you in Southern Pines now? Like all the time? I would love to see them. I actually one thing I really want to do this spring, summer, fall is like go out and visit farms, and Southern Pines was um like really high up on my list. Second only to like going out toward Asheville and like painting the Biltmore. I just thought it'd be so cool to find some pretty farms and just, I don't know, capture all the beauty that we kind of take for granted here. Mm, that's awesome. Ugh, that sounds so idyllic. Oof. I would love to. I'm I definitely don't have the muscles for it right now. But gosh, that would be so nice. It'd be really nice. I still remember going out to Southern Pines. I forget exactly what the reason was. Like, I think we did several things that day. We were out with Christine, and we and Kate rode Mighty Mouse, who was just so cute, um, and have this big old jump. Oh, Susan, you're tempting me so much. You're just listing, like, I'm already in, and you keep listing selling point after selling point. Oh my gosh, I can't believe Mirage is 22. Tux is there? Oh. Um. Yeah, I feel like we did, like, several things that day, but I only remember Mouse. Yeah. Yeah. And I think she showed Mouse at Fox Track like sometime later. I'm so envious. Really. Yes. Yes. We should definitely do some like painting inspiration road trip, Steven. I like that idea a lot. Gotcha. Yeah, that's when you said tux, I was like, I wasn't sure if you meant the tux was there or if you were talking about this story, but it clicked a second later. Yeah. It's such a nice memory. It's like very obviously it's like kind of disjointed and I don't remember all of what we had done when we were out there, but it's just I don't know. It just makes me happy just thinking about that adventure and being out in that part of the state and everything is pretty. I'm gonna copy your phone number and then delete it, Susan, from the chat so that no one else sees it. We're all we're all good people here, but I still don't want I still don't want people to have it. Was. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the things like now that business is good and all that is settling down, I'm like tempted to get back to it. Um, Before I stopped at the end of college because I knew I needed to like figure out the job thing. Um, and I was at an eventing farm that I loved and kind of fell in love with dressage there. But the one thing that like rivaled it was we had these like interconnected trails between the barn I was at in New Hill and like several of the surrounding farms. Um, and kind of in the middle, there'd be like just big open chunks of wooded area that were used for like conditioning circuits for the cross country or the riders who needed to train cross country. Um, and man, hacking out on those trails, like maybe my favorite thing in the whole world. Um, it was just the most fun. So I'd love to I don't know, to find something like that again and be able to go like gallop through the woods and alternate between that and like dressage training. All right, I swear I'm going to do some painting. Okay, so thankfully my block in on Kearney looked like it's looking pretty accurate. I don't see any like glaring areas of concern, just a couple things to tidy up really. So to start, I want to work on like the silhouette of her legs, which you don't see super well in the photo, but it could still be like a little bit less ambiguous. So to start, I'm kind of looking at her silhouette and trying to make that totally accurate. And then I'm going to look at like smaller and smaller body parts within the silhouette and kind of take the same approach. So I have like the edge of her body. It kind of looks like it's here right now, but like actually there is about where it should come to. And I'm just gonna feather that into the background that I already have. So is everyone like feeling good? No fevers or anything yet? Part of me kind of hopes that people like, if they're going to get sick, that they, or that we all like kind of go ahead and get sick early, and that it's not it's like before there's demand for hospital beds really, and that for most people it's a non-event. Yay! I'm glad you are healthy. Do you have people with you, Susan, or are you like kind of truly like practicing the purest form of social distancing? Yeah, it's so hard right now. Like this is when so many of us would get allergies anyway, and I usually don't get colds or anything like until about this time of year. Um yeah, and so it's just easy to kind of like drive yourself crazy questioning like every little sensation. Oh, I'm really glad. I'm really glad that it sounds like you are very safe, and that makes me happy, Susan. Okay, that sounds pretty darn nice. Will you still ride since there aren't other people like coming out to the farm or anything, because that sounds pretty good to me. Golden retriever, horses, beautiful farm. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, and like, God forbid, you kind of inhale your water and then suddenly have to cough it up and you're like, oh no, is this the end? Okay, so right now I'm kind of just like reestablishing this area that's like underneath Kearney. Um, it's a little bit ambiguous at the moment, like what is her versus what is the background. Um, and I don't think I'm going to be able to kind of make that delineation all at once, but I just want to start like pushing it in that direction. Okay. Oh, thank you, Jim. Did you paint it all yesterday? Steven is actually closing on a house here in the Triangle, middle of April. Is that right? Like the 15th? So right now on the painting, I'm really just trying to think about like getting overall colors right rather than like creating any beautiful brushwork right now. So she has a little ruff in front, and it is on the warmer side, but it wasn't kind of straight yellow like I had painted it a second ago. It's this pretty gradient that has like a yellow highlight, and then it goes to a darker color as it moves into shadow. I'm just going to show the edge of her foot there. I tried to convince, isn't it? Isn't her face adorable? Um, yeah, I tried to convince my roommates that our like group hobby should be gardening, and both of them were like, "We'll keep you company while we watch you garden," which somehow isn't the same. But yeah, maybe we'll all come away with very beautiful yards after we get out of quarantine. I'm loving everything that's happening in the chat. All right. Okay. So I did some like minor structural adjustments, which wind up being really helpful, but they're not like the fun part. So just to kind of balance that out, I am going to work on the fun part here. It's kind of my way of like mixing it up. And that means working on her face. So the thing about these block-ins is you really don't want to put too much time in them, because inevitably you realize like, oh, both of her eyes should move over like 3 millimeters, and then you kind of have to paint everything over. So that is what I'm going to have to do right now, but that's okay because I like painting her face. Ooh, yeah, I like the idea of the bee and butterfly friendly plants. I don't even know what I want to do gardening wise this year. Like, I had planned on getting some more camellias, and I did get one, and I was actually going to go back this weekend and then decided that would be foolish, especially considering I didn't even know what I wanted. But other than that, I don't know what I really want to plant. I need to do some brainstorming. I definitely want to plant some bulbs for next spring at some point, but I get some pretty daffodil bulbs. But, you know, I'm not gonna see the payoff. What kind of plants are you planting for the pollinators? Oh, I sound so fancy when I say that. Like I really know what I'm talking about. Okay, so the top of her eye looks good. Like the shape is right and everything. So I'm just coming in with like some shadow color for her fur. Yes, I want to paint lots of paint. I want to plant lots of daffodils. So right now I'm getting in some like darker colors of her coat on her face. And I'm not, my primary concern is that it's about the right lightness or darkness, and I can modulate the exact color afterward. Also, the white of her eye doesn't look super distracting on the painting, but it looks super distracting when I look at it on my computer. So I'm going to go ahead and tone that down. It's darker than it ought to be. we kind of give like the whites of our eyes, it's a little bit of a misnomer. It's usually either like pretty close to your skin tone, or it's like kind of a blue-gray. And in Kearney's case, it is a blue-gray. Okay. And what's going to happen is as the rest of the colors look more and more correct, the more that's going to look like white. Okay. And then once again, just kind of as like a landmark for me to use to check everything else, I'm going to very gently suggest this highlight in the middle of her eye, just to see if her eye on the whole is in the right place. Okay. Okay, and then one other thing is that her eye is higher on that inner side. And it's lower on the outside, which will kind of soften her expression a little bit. I'm trying to remember all the kinds of plants that pollinators really like. I remember they really liked delphiniums I got, but of course those don't come back, so they're not like great plants. I guess like coneflowers. Not to mention like allergies nowadays. I'm hoping even with the delay you guys like kind of have a sense of what I'm replying to when I forget to say what I'm replying to. The lag is I think the lag means you get a pretty good looking image, but you're like maybe 30 seconds behind me. Or maybe I'm 30 seconds behind you. So this dark color here on the bridge of her nose, it's a really pretty color, but it's not really showing up, and part of the reason is that the colors around it are not quite right. So hoping that if I put in some lightness here, that color will start to stand out. And just like the others, I'm kind of going in with like an average color. And then I will like kind of fine tune the colors we see from there. Yeah, I could definitely use some like good pollinator plants that aren't, or some other ideas. Because for whatever reason, I'm not a coneflower person. But I'm not sure what other plants would be good for me to consider. Mike, I don't really use any medium. I'll use the Gamsol in the early layers, and then I'm trying to get better about not introducing any Gamsol after the first wash. If I really need to loosen up the paint, what I would use is probably like walnut or linseed oil. Um, and then occasionally I'll use an alkyd or galkyd specifically, if I need something to dry really quickly. Like I had a client who wanted to get something framed really, really quickly. And so I made some adjustments to the painting in galkyd, and it was ready for varnish like 2 days later. Um, but you'll notice if I pick up my camera and like show you my workspace, I don't have any medium out. I find that if I keep putting out fresh paint, the consistency is like usually what I need. And if the paint feels too thick, it's probably like my own fault. As in, I just need to put out fresh paint. Okay. So she has this area in shadow. I don't know why I left that mark there. It's not really helpful. Okay. And even though there's like a pretty hard edge at the edge of her nose, a lot of the fur there is like dark or in shadow. That might have been Susan dropping off groceries.
It is not. It is Suzanne's desk.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's a part of me that wants to ask, how do you know it's Suzanne's desk and not my new easel that I super want to get here?
I'll check.
Thanks.
It looks like an Amazon Prime delivery, so unless it was a Prime easel.
It was not a prime easel, sadly.
You have something. Did you order tea?
I did order tea.
Who got tea?
Yes. I hear you on being stingy with paint. It's like one of the first things that I tell students in lessons, and I think it's like a really hard thing to get over. And it's understandable. You know, and oh wow, it's so much tea. I'm so happy.
Is this the tea, Chelsea?
I feel like you're making a joke that I don't understand.
It's Zoomer slang.
I don't know what Zoomer slang is. Oh well. What is Zoomer slang?
Gen Z slang. Zoomer, boomer.
Oh, okay. I think that's pretty great if we get to call Gen Z Zoomers.
I think it's great. It's just the right balance of pejorative and endearing.
Meanwhile, there's nothing endearing about millennial. really don't like the mark that I just made. So this is a place where I will like introduce some Gamsol into the paint layer. I'm trying to dry it really quickly, but I'm just using it like as an eraser. Okay. I'll get those wispies back in a different way. So her nose is really cute and very like specific. Like there's not a lot of ambiguity as I look at the image and think about how I'm gonna like transpose it into the painting. But at the same time, it's just hard to tell if I'm it is pretty dark. It's hard to see. I have no idea if Oliver, if you're in the stream, but if you are in the stream, I asked our neighbor if she could just drop the groceries she found at the door, and then I will Venmo her. But she found flour, yay, so we can bake bread. This is definitely one of those situations where I go through this in every painting where usually there's something really beautiful about my block-in, and there's a part of me that wishes I could just leave it at the block-in. But there's this like necessary evil of going back into the block-in and kind of losing some of that beauty only to recreate it later in a more accurate way. And that's definitely where I'm at with Miss Kearney right now, having to do like a lot of really weird adjustments to her nose that are going to look beautiful, but they're in like an ugly duckling stage at the moment. A large part of that is because I have, to a certain extent, I've lost the anatomy here. Okay, it's looking a bit better. Yay! Yay, baking bread. Okay, so my grandmother sent me a recipe a while ago, and I think my mom has used it too, where it's like a no-knead recipe. I think you just have like several pretty long fermentations, but like it's an artisan bread recipe. I found it again, I think, on YouTube, and it's just like you just need like flour, active dry yeast, something, milk maybe. I don't know. I'm forgetting what the other ingredients are besides like salt. But yeah, you just you like put your yeast in warm water and introduce it into the flour and make a shaggy dough, and you let it sit for a long time, and then you put it in. Please not actually make a recipe off of this because I'm forgetting like several crucial steps. But you put it in a a Dutch oven. And then you like bake it with the Dutch oven covered, and then you uncover it, and it, you know, it looks like a nice like country bread. So I'm hoping that that recipe works. I'll let you know if it's tasty, but you'll have to let me know if your recipe is tasty too. Yes, okay. I'm glad it's not just me, Steven, or not just like painting that deals with that. I decided that that area was so light that it was distracting. Yes, I will send you a link. I don't know how long I'm going to stream for. I kind of like the idea of going for a while, having like a lunch break where I don't paint but kind of just sit with you guys, and then like signing off sometime in the evening. And it'll be in the evening that I catch up on all of my like YouTube and whatever else. Nice. Yeah, where is your recipe from, Stephen? Is it like a family recipe or is it something you found online? I'm curious what the bread looks like. Okay. So Jim, you were talking about like pink dogs. I'm definitely having a pink dog problem today, where like transparent oxide red is like the dominant color in her, more so than like what the dominant color was in Millie. And so I'm having to like, anytime I add white to the transparent oxide red, I'm also having to add yellow ochre pale so it doesn't feel ridiculous. Monica, that it's so funny that you ask me that because I literally have a painting right now, um, th- where I'm struggling with the same question of whether or not I want to paint larger than life size. Um, what I have heard, what I've been told, and this was in a workshop with Daniel Keyes. Um, he said that like long ago, Richard Schmid told him that it's that you like should not paint larger than life size. And Daniel said like I don't really know the reason for it. I don't know that it's like an objective rule. Like maybe it's just kind of how it was just sort of the convention of the time. I find generally that paintings that are larger than life size nowadays are generally like done from photographs and kind of have like the look of a painting done from photographs. My assumption as to why there would be a guideline not to paint larger than life size is that if you were using like a site size method, that it you almost never would get that. If you were painting, um, if you were using site size, so you paint your object at the exact size that you perceive the object, it would mean that your object were closer to your face than your painting was, which is like never how that works. Um, Unless you're just painting something super tiny and you need to be close up to it, I guess. So I can understand based on that why people would say like it might look kind of funny if you paint something larger than life size. Like unconsciously there might be a part of us that thinks like, well, I don't see, old master paintings that are painted on this scale, so maybe there's something that looks off about it. I don't know that that's true though. Like that's kind of just me trying to understand why painters might give guidelines like that. Um, I think the reason that this came up was that Daniel Keyes paints flowers a little bit larger than life size. And when I asked him about it, he said, I think the reason might be um, that I just like them so much, that I just paint them larger than I see them because, like, psychologically, I just want them to be bigger. Um, and so his flowers might be like 25% larger than they are in real life. Um, and his paintings to me don't look strange at all. I think it's, oh, I have a nope, okay. I thought it was a hummingbird outside, but it's so far away I can't actually see what it is. But anyway, I have birds in my Japanese maple. I think it's one of these things where I would just try it. Like, worst case scenario, you paint something really big and you've lost a little bit of time and like the cost of like a large canvas. Hopefully that cost isn't too much. But yeah, I have the thing that I'm like contending with right now is that I have a 3x4 foot panel that's going to have a still life on it. And my question is, do I enlarge my still life setup to fill the panel, or do I just put more things in the still life setup so that I don't have to enlarge them? And this is a commission, so I don't want to have to scrap it and start over. But I mean, I guess in that sense, worst case scenario, I go out and I get a new panel if I do paint larger than life and I don't love the way it looks. So Mike, that's it's really funny. I think you're right though, and it's funny you say that because I was thinking when I was trying to like answer that question the first time of like why do we not like things that are larger than life, I did think about some portraits I've seen that are larger than life size. NCMA here in Raleigh has a couple of paintings like that, and I don't think they're like especially off-putting, but at the same time I totally get it. And I'm trying to think if we have any like still life paintings that are larger than life size. That I'm not sure. But yeah, it's interesting because I feel like I have seen a couple of portraits that were deliberately painted larger than life. And on the one hand, I think that kind of makes it okay, but on the other, I think you're right that like there's a psychological component that's like kind of weird about it. Hey Scott, how are you? Did you get a notification today? I found out that so if you go to my like channel page like in a new window or whatever, or you might even see it on this page, you should see the subscribe button, and for you it'll say subscribed and it'll look gray and there should be a bell next to it. If you click the bell, there's different options. There's one that I think says none, one that says all, and one that says personalized. And if you're not getting notifications for when I go live, make sure you select all. I think that will solve the problem. Mike, I think you're totally right about like if you're deliberately going larger than life, it can look really cool. I was just about to name another example, but I don't think it's technically larger than life size, so. Okay, Annika just started painting on double-sided ACM. Yes, totally. Yeah, I would just go for it. Like if you think you want a big painting like that, like what's the harm in trying? I do have a painting that's larger than life size here in my studio. It's a master copy I did of a Casey Baugh painting. The Casey Baugh painting is like this big, and then I blew it up to like 30 by 40 inches. I think his was like a 6 by 8, maybe, or an 8 by 10. I mean, is my painting as good as Casey Baugh's? No, it isn't. But do I think like the painting looks wrong because it's larger than life size? Not particularly. So, oh, what did the Odd Nerdrum painting look like? Was it like a figurative piece? I kind of assume so, knowing his work. Okay. Next, I'm going to take a look at. Kearney has a super cute piece of bling here. So, I think that's just an easy adjustment. I want to get the colors a little bit more accurate on it. If I can find a brush that's the right size. Aha. Okay. Scott, do you wind up getting the emails eventually? I know sometimes like YouTube notifications go to spam for me, but I was going to say I assume the notifications you're wanting to get are the ones you would probably get on like your phone. And you might want to go into your phone's notification settings for YouTube and see if YouTube has push notifications enabled. Oh, thank you, Sean. I did it. I did it yesterday. Even though I didn't stream, I was like, I'll go ahead and do this now. So I'm totally ready to go tomorrow. But that means today. So thank you. Thank you for remembering and reminding me. That's so interesting. There's a part of me that worries with my still life that it might look a little bit strange if it's larger than life size, but at the same time, like, at worst, it would be like a 25% size increase. And it would be for like flowers and vases. So I think Daniel Keyes has shown that the flowers can look fine if they're a little bit larger, and like they don't have any frame of reference for the vase size. So I think this is all to say we can paint larger than life if we want to. Scott, there are two painters who are here in Raleigh. One is Alex Venezia, and the other is his wife, Divya Melaleuca. And they met at Odd Nerdrum's school, and then came here to Raleigh to paint with Michael Klein and Lewis Carr, and I can never remember the third person, but it's East Oak Studio. So they obviously really, really like his work. Excuse me. Okay. So Kearney's bling, I kind of erased it to like an off-white color, but the overall color is kind of a mid-tone gray that pulls a little bit green. Okay, already that kind of jives a little bit better. And then the heart in the middle comes out because it is three-dimensional. And it doesn't do that dip in the bottom for the same reason. Okay, so I'm gonna repeat what I did at like the very beginning of the stream. I'm just taking a picture that I can use to compare to the photo and see like where the big differences are. Okay. It's looking pretty good. It's funny, as much as I was like lamenting kind of losing some of the energy of like the initial pass, I'm comparing what I just did to what it looked like before I started, and it is an improvement. So a lot of the time when you kind of have that feeling of like, oh, did I lose some of the magic? Chances are you kind of needed to push it to that place. And it looks better than you think it does. Okay. So I kind of indicated her nostril before, knowing that it was like premature to put that in. but at the same time, having put that in, I have just enough context to know how to move it to exactly the right place, which is awesome. Yeah, totally. Yeah, so I generally don't use medium. I try and use the consistency of paint out of the tube, except for the initial wash, which is thinned with Gamsol. If I do need to use medium, I typically stick with like walnut oil. And then if I need to oil out, it's like a 1-to-1 of Galkid and Gamsol, which I guess technically isn't medium, but just so you have a sense of like the materials I'm using and what I'm putting down here. I do, I have heard of and actually used like a variation on 511 medium, that instead of using Damar uses Galkid, which is also a resin but is more archival than Damar varnish. I believe it's 5 parts Gamsol, 1 part Galkid, and 1 part linseed oil. But it's been a while since I've used it, so I'm not. Don't quote me on that. But that is the medium that Mark Bogus uses. I just opted to use walnut oil if I ever need a medium, just because it's what Daniel Keyes uses, and it requires less like alchemy. You know, I can just like use it straight out the tube, or not the tube, but the bottle. But as a general rule, have a really bad habit, or I had a really bad habit before of having paint out that was too stiff, and I would use Gamsol just in like very small quantities to loosen it. But after the initial wash, you really shouldn't be like continuing to introduce Gamsol into the paint film. So I'm trying to curb that habit by, whenever I get to a point where I want to thin the paint out because it's too stiff, that generally means I just need to put fresh paint out. But if the paint consistency, even out the tube, isn't right, that's usually when I would like go ahead and get some walnut oil. And then I haven't personally used Liquin. It's not like I have anything against it. I just, when I was learning, the teachers I had didn't use Liquin. And instead, if I need something to dry faster, I introduce Galkid into the paint mixture, and that works pretty well. But this is all to say, I kind of just gave you an overview of like any possible additive I could put in the paint. Generally speaking, it's as simple as like Gamsol in the initial wash, and then consistency out of the paint or out of the tube for the rest of the painting. Sarah, if you are here, thank you for your Facebook message. It made me smile. Okay. So I see a couple more adjustments I can make pretty confidently here on Kearney's face. What I did earlier was actually quite helpful. I'm like almost at total accuracy, for like lack of a more technical term. is just like a sliver more of her eye. And then over here, there's like a dark area that I hadn't indicated before that point. And it's gonna help her eye look a little bit larger and more impactful without changing the actual shape of it. I do need to bring that side in just a touch though. So I made the eye look larger kind of toward the left, but then to actually successfully like move it, I also had to bring in the right side. Okay. All right. That is looking quite a bit better. With each of these, I'm really thinking in terms of like, what is the balance between, maybe it's not even a balance. Like I like to do little sprints on them every day rather than having a whole day dedicated to one painting, because there usually reaches a point where I cannot see and make decisions as effectively, and that really isn't to do with the painting, that's really to do with at what point does your eye go dead to what you're working on. And I'm really envious of painters who can just sit, give themselves 5 hours and like knock out a masterpiece. It's not to say that I don't want to be there and don't think I will be at a given point. But for now, the way that I can do the best that I can for the painting is to rotate through them on a pretty regular basis. I'm gonna make some adjustments to the little sprigs of hair for the top of her head, and then I will probably switch paintings. So these little tufts are not as bright as they're painted right now. And I'm trying to avoid, like I want the paint to go on pretty thickly to avoid that kind of bumpy edge on the line. I'm also going to use this to go ahead and soften this top of her ear. And that is probably all I will do on her for the time being. I kind of need a visual break so that I can come back and be super fresh. So I'm going to swap this out and probably take a look at her brother, Booger the Labradoodle. Sorry for touching the mic right there. I'm sure that was not quiet. Okay, so one thing I'm kind of noticing even before I have everything like fully set up in Photoshop to compare and kind of assess what I need to work on, I think Booger's head is looking more poodly, like it's just a little too much on the round side. And it's actually, there's not like much that needs adjusting to correct that. I think it's really just a case of like using the backgrounds more effectively. So I'm going to go ahead and like cut the background into the fur around the top of his head and see what that does. Okay, so that is already an improvement. Then over here, Yeah, I think that's a good start. I think I am going to go ahead and work on some of this background. Okay, so I introduced some Viridian into that, and I think it's just too blue, so I need to create a green with a good amount more warmth without getting lighter in value. So I'm just going to experiment a little bit. I have another green on my palette, but it's better for like transparency rather than mixing. I turned my cousin onto Gourmet Makes. It's a series on YouTube that the Bon Appetit Test Kitchen puts out. Have any of you all watched it? She just messaged me saying that she was watching the latest episode, and I'm jealous because I cannot wait to watch it later. Okay, so one thing I need to move on Booger pretty quickly is his right eye is just not in the correct place. If I recall correctly, last time I was working on this, I put that highlight in as kind of a tool for me to check if everything was looking correct, because the rest of his eye is so dark it's really hard to see, and it was not correct, so now I can go ahead and fix it. So the actual highlight of his eye relative to the first one is up here, and already that looks a lot better. And then I'm taking straight transparent oxide red to paint his actual eye color. So it's definitely going to be a challenge on him. We got, you know, like I said, we got a really good photo, but there's still, you know, he is so dark all the way around that I'm going to have to be really careful that all of the values are just right, so that all those details actually show. So one example of that is that there is a lot of variation around his eye that lets you actually see his eye. Ooh, I haven't even heard of that, Steven. I'll have to check that out, because, yeah, it sounds really nice. And we could all use that right about now. I wonder if Netflix has anything coming out, or if they'll consider releasing some things early. Like, Netflix stock must be doing great right now. I know one of my favorite shows that like no one has ever heard of, called Brockmire. That's about to have its new season premiere tomorrow, which is kind of interesting because it films in Atlanta, and of course there were like all the boycotts. So I thought that it was just going to be like done for a while, but nope, we get to see the show go on, which is nice because it's a delightful show. If you have not heard of Brockmire, the premise is that a man finds, or a radio broadcaster for baseball finds out that his wife has been having an affair and has a breakdown on air while continuing to perfectly call the baseball game. And the TV show is kind of just about like the fallout of his breakdown and his sort of return to baseball. I'm not a sports person, but I know sports people really like it, and I know not sports people really like it. So it's like an oddly wholesome show, if you get past the kind of like vulgar jokes. Oh, yeah, Scott, you should really watch it, especially with like the new season coming out. The previous season, like, it's a show that I feel does not get suckered into that trap of like a really strong first season that they just can't sustain. Like, they really do mix it up, and I thought the last season was just like immensely heartwarming, and the show has like a real soul to it. So yeah, while we're all stuck at home, if anyone needs a show to watch, I would highly recommend giving Brockmire a try. And if it's not your speed, you'll probably like know in the first episode. So I hope that makes it easier to just kind of like give it a shot. So I know I talked about like this part of the process yesterday. I'm really just like continuing to refine the drawing here and see just little places where I can make the shapes a little bit more correct. Obviously I'm trying to put the right like value of shape in when I make the correction, but overall the focus is on like the drawing itself more than color or value at the moment. Because if those parts are good, it's going to be really easy to make the color and value adjustments like down the line. Okay, looking good. All right, what I think I'd like to go ahead and do now is take these highlights that are like raw canvas right now and actually make them the correct color and value. I think it's going to start to pull together a little bit more quickly with that part done. So I'm starting by like looking at the existing shape that I have down in the form of like the raw canvas, and then looking at like how I need to adjust that. And then thinking about making that change with the new layer of paint. All right, I'm gonna kind of let that sit and give me a chance to stop looking at it and then take a look at some work I can do on his tongue. The color could use just a little bit of work. So I'm taking some permanent magenta, Terra Rosa, probably some transparent oxide brown, and then some titanium white. Already I can tell this needs a good deal more of the brown. And I think that is looking nice. All right. I definitely want to spend more time mixing than painting. Otherwise, I'm going to spend a lot of time correcting mistakes. Okay. I need like a 5-minute breather. So I'm gonna eat some oatmeal and like talk to you guys. So aside from baking bread, do you guys have other like baking things you're gonna do, or other like recipes that you're gonna make a lot of? I could definitely use some inspiration. Laura, if you're still watching, thank you so much for sharing this on Facebook and tagging people. That's so sweet. Thank you. That means so much. Oh yeah, sugar cookies, easy. 28 tins of tomatoes. Oh my gosh. That's pretty excellent. Yeah, I think one of my roommates made cookie dough last night. It's a recipe from Tasty. It's browned butter espresso chocolate chip cookies. So you don't taste the espresso. The espresso really just like helps with the richness of the chocolate. But like, oh my gosh, browning the butter, it makes them like coffee cookies. I said coffee. I mean toffee. I don't know what I just said. Toffee cookies. And they kind of taste like the cookie version of a Werther's original, which I guess makes me like very old for saying, but whatever, they're delicious. They're like the best cookie. So if anyone wants the tasty chocolate chip cookie recipe, I'm gonna find it for you right now. Actually, I have it. I like adapted it onto Google Drive, so I'm gonna like share my Google Drive thing. Okay, good. Copy link. Yeah, so there's the link to my favorite chocolate chip cookie recipe. It is dope. The reason I linked you to that instead of the tasty version of it is that they recommend making like half cup size cookies. And when I tried to make them, it was like a disaster. There were really weird things on that recipe that when I made it, I was like, I made some notes on the recipe pretty quickly, and so I refer to the Google Doc version. Oh my god, a Bean of the Month Club. I think that's deeply funny. trying to think like what cool things you can do with beans. There's like you can make like a Chipotle bowl, like a burrito bowl or something, or Hoppin' John, or beans on toast. But like that's like an English thing. I don't really know people in America who make that. I've never had it. What else? What else does one do with beans? I say as like their entire nation's built on this question. Steven, I'm okay. Not gonna talk with my mouth full. I'm gonna find you that bread recipe. I wish I could do a live stream where we all just like watch someone else's YouTube channel. Cause I would do that right about now. Okay. So, oh, I forgot about chili, of course. I'm not like much of a chili person. Okay. So here's the bread recipe that I found that I think is like closest to the one I've made before, which is like very tasty. Like I think like a solid bread recipe. Yes. There's two others that I either found recently for like unrelated reasons or I found while searching for this one that I also kind of want to try. So, do copy link address. There we go. Okay, so this is a really similar recipe, but it does involve kneading, and I think it also might call for it either calls for like some whole wheat flour or it calls I know it definitely calls for you to know the temperature of the water that you like dissolve the yeast in, which I do not have a like properly functioning kitchen thermometer right now, so I'm not sure if I can make this one. And then this other one are for dinner rolls. Mom, I think that they're like the ones that Barbara like gave us the recipe for like ages and ages ago. But they're supposed to be like super fluffy and like fluffier than like the Hawaiian rolls. And so that was another one that I wanted to look at. And it's like the same ingredients, but you just have a slightly different process. Another one that does involve some like kneading and technique, but like, hey, I think we're gonna have a lot of time to work on our baking, so eh. So have you guys heard of the YouTube channel Helpful Vancouver Vet? He went viral with a video about how to successfully carry a cat. And he says like over and over in the video, like the secret is to squish that cat. Like they feel comforted when you like exert downward pressure on them. And it's just like the YouTube channel exists to be entirely informative. but it's still just like deeply wholesome, and I think the kind of energy like we all want right now. Um, and he actually like did like a COVID-19 video, like how to keep your pet safe while this is going on. And I'm going to tell you right now, he said that there's no evidence that our pets can get sick. So the only way that they could be affected is if you don't take them to the vet when they need to go to the vet. So just so you guys know, if you're worried about your pets, the only thing we need to do is get them to the vet if we need to, and if we're sick, we can have someone else take them. Yes, I agree, Mike. So anyway, this is all to say, in his COVID-19 video, I was like, because he's famous for Squish That Cat, I was like, when are you gonna do a video on Squish That Curve? And he just liked my comment and replied. Let me see what his reply was. There is already a meme one of my fans made. It's in the community section. So now I want to go and find... You think I'd be better at navigating the YouTube like mobile app than I am? How do I find the community section? Why am I not better at the internet? Maybe it's easier on the desktop site. Okay, wait. Does anyone know how to access the community section? Really, really sad if I can't find this. Ah. Yeah. All these people who are talking about being addicted to their phones, I can't relate because my addiction is to my computer. I think that's probably like a work from home byproduct. I can just always carry the laptop with me. Downside is I feel like an old person when it comes to using my phone effectively. Helpful Vancouver vet. Oh, there we go. Community. Yes. You guys. We did it. We found it. I hope this link works. Let's see if that actually... Yeah. Okay, it works for me. Tell me if it works for you. Oh wait, there's a better version of it, guys. Don't you worry, because I'm here for you. I'm also gonna link to his Squish That Cat video because we could all use some wholesome entertainment. I mean, I'm very pro like desktop superiority or like laptop superiority. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to reply to his YouTube comment. And then I'm going to take a quick bio break and then get back to painting unless people have more recipes I should look at. Okay. I will be right back. Are you watching the video or just looking at the image, Stephen? Oh, goodness. Alright. I think I'm going to rotate Booger out. I suspect with his painting, I'm just gonna do more like short sessions on him. I think with like all the black, it's it just becomes like my eye kind of gets numb faster, so I'm gonna have to do more frequent short bursts of painting to make sure that I'm like making good decisions on him. Okay, now let me adjust my camera. Okay, actually, there's method to my madness. I want this at a different height so that you guys see her with minimal distortion. Obviously, you can't look at her dead on like I'm seeing her, but I want to get it as like true as I can. So what is everyone doing today? Steven, I imagine you're having like a normal work from home day. This is also my mom's normal day off. Mike is working on a self-portrait. Yeah, what about everyone else? No, you guys don't really have glare. Okay. I was thinking about oiling the painting out, but it's really only affecting pictures I take on my phone, not this camera or my view on it, so. It does count. Oddly enough, I always really enjoy the start of paintings. I think just because I love like how painterly I can feel at the very beginning. Gosh. I wish it felt that way the whole time. Oh, I relate to you on the mirrors on easels thing. I think I was thinking this on Sunday that like in a perfect world, I would have like an iPad that's like right here, um, so that I can kind of treat it like a barg. I mean, not exactly, but you know. Oops. So I'm talking to a friend who is on a business meeting right now and saying that the people on the conference call are somehow still talking about sports, even though there are no sports happening. I find this like deeply funny, um, but also like deeply sad that like I guess I don't know that it's like enough of a social crutch that we have to talk about it even when there are literally no sports happening. Oh, okay. Yeah, Mike, sorry. I like really didn't finish that thought about the mirrors. This is all to say that yes, I have like tried to figure out a way to have a ton of tripods, like one that could hold like an iPad with a photo on it, um, another with like my easel turned up, or my excuse me, my palette turned upright so that you can see it alongside the painting, especially for bigger paintings that aren't done on this particular easel. And oh my gosh, it's just so many tripods, and it's like such a headache, and it like oddly enough like overwhelms me. I definitely, yeah, like if you're doing a self portrait, definitely do it with mirrors. The iPad was just kind of me going off on a tangent. I do think an iPad is like superior to like an actual photograph, like a physical on paper photograph or like a printed image. But definitely inferior to using a mirror for sure. Oof, 4 hours trying to log into an online grocery account. That's brutal. Scott, were you the one saying that you have like tons of tomatoes? Yes. Okay. So you're not starving to death anytime soon, which I'm glad for. That sounds like a productive day. Planning the or doing the sketch for painting, laundry. Yeah. Okay. So, as you all will recall, last time I started making some color adjustments to improve the color harmony in the piece, and I'm kind of like half or just starting, and so a lot of the adjustments look really strange because they're not in the right context yet. So, I already see that like over here, while this color might be better, the value of it is not correct. Um, it's easy to see when I kind of squint at um, my reference photo versus like the image of the painting. It should be the same values over here, and you can see it's a good bit darker. So I'm going to start by lightening this, and then I'm also going to move that highlight over again. Good. I'm glad you were not starving. But I hope your grocery account, you know, figures itself out quickly enough. I know that's stressful. My hope, honestly, is that like the grocery stores are crazy right now, but in like a week, they'll stock back up and things will start to feel okay. It seems like it's already kind of starting to happen. Like my neighbor, who was nice enough to check on some or see what she could find in the grocery store, actually managed to find things that um, I had not been able to find anywhere leading up until now. So I think it's getting better. Okay, so this mixture, I'm having to just totally remix this color and just add more white. I think I had tried to put green in it last time, and there might be a hint of that. But now I'm thinking it might be more about the ochre rather than going all the way to green. So I just have like Terra Rosa, yellow, ochre pale, and titanium white at the moment. Okay, so the test is the value on my brush the same as the value on the painting over on this original, like untouched side of her nose. And the value looks pretty good. It might be a touch white. It also might be a touch pink. So I added just a bit more ochre. And I'm kind of just dry brushing this in. Yeah. It's gonna do like a little bit of optical blending with the areas that the dry brush doesn't cover. And I think that'll probably be a nice effect. Okay, I'm just grabbing a touch of Gamsol and erasing out that little spot on the ridge of her nose. Okay, I think that is looking nicer. I think the colors on her are gonna be like the real battle here. Like, drawing won't be bad. And by bad, I mean hard. Like, it's going to be a beautiful painting. It's just a question of how much suffering do I have to go through to make it beautiful. Okay. I need to scrape off my palette. Her color palette has nothing to do with the other paintings I was working on. So it helps to just be able to only have down there what I actually need, and not have like huge piles of really different colors that could accidentally like muddy up what I'm mixing for her. So thank you. Yes, I think if we're talking about the same thing, the dark lights are like a purple. I was saying this on Sunday. What I'm trying to adjust here is that like overall her face is working, but it's not harmonized with this kind of ochre background. I just took it too pink, and so now I'm gonna have to kind of dial back the pink sort of across the board. And for me, because it's going in a more neutral direction, it just is. It's harder for me to see. So I think it's just going to be like a little bit slower at this point as I kind of test out colors and hope it's right and, you know, make adjustments when it's not right, that kind of thing. All right. Yeah, I think over here is better. What I want to look at next is this shadow or light shape actually right here. My light shape is not correct. It's also not exactly the right color. I think there is more green and more blue in that mixture. But we shall see. So I'm starting with titanium white. I'm grabbing a little bit of Terra Rosa, not very much at all. You can see like that's about the lightness of the mixture right now. And I'm gonna grab a little bit of ultramarine blue. Grab too much, some more Terra Rosa. And then I'm gonna get like a touch of Viridian. And I'm making sure the Terra Rosa is mixed really well in because I don't want like random pink spots. So I was talking on Sunday about like, I signed off at this moment where I realized I needed to quit. Not because I was engaging in a bad habit, but because I was engaging in a habit that like I should not have. You know, it's not something I'm trying to overcome every time I sit down to paint. It's something that only crops up like when I'm really tired. And on that note though, one thing I am trying to work on is mixing mixing thicker piles of paint so I can apply the paint more thickly. So I was just mixing with like a pretty thin brush. And there was just like barely any paint that actually got mixed. So I'm switching over to a palette knife. And hopefully this is going to make it easier to make marks I'm really happy with. And just as before, I'm trying to make sure I don't have any just like straight pink coming out of that mixture. All right, so I can literally hold it up to the painting and see like, all right, this is looking the way I want. And just kind of like all those new sections I put in on Sunday, it's probably not going to yeah, it's probably not gonna like blend in very well at this point, but it looks like it is a much more accurate color than what I had. And I'm just working on the shape of that light area a little bit right here. I'm doing all kinds of logistics right now. Where like one roommate is picking up mac and cheese, and my next door neighbor just dropped off groceries, and I'm trying to Venmo her, and she's like, "What's Venmo?" Okay. The advantage of mixing up like a pretty thick pile of my skin color mixture is that it's easy enough to kind of go off to the side of the pile and make a slight modification to it. There's just enough paint there that it makes sense and it saves a little bit of time. So I see a place up here that has just like a little bit more of a green cast to it. So it's easy enough for me to introduce a little bit of green and darken it up just a little bit and put that in. Okay. And because I'm being a conscientious neighbor, I'm going to PayPal her right now. So please pardon my quick painting break. If send money. Okay. Whoa, okay. So, okay, this color overall I think is good. It just, there is too much of it. So, I'm going to go ahead and get a fresh brush and get that clean. And just clean up that area a little bit. With her, I think this is just going to be like kind of section by section. As far as... Alright, now I gotta warm that up a little bit. There we go. What's funny is that this is like a pretty warm mixture that I made, but it still reads as like so cool on the painting, which just kind of speaks to how overpoweringly warm the color harmony was before I started sort of fine-tuning this. I hope it's a good meeting, Stephen. I'll see you later. Yeah, I think it's like way too far off the correct color, so. Gonna just like scrub that out. All right, I think the hardest thing for me to see, in all honesty, right now is her forehead. It's just a really, the color is so neutral. I think it's pretty close to this skin color mixture that I made kind of in bulk here. So I'm going to start by laying that in and just see what I need to adjust. Interestingly, I think I can unify this with her nose to solve another color problem I was having. And I'll lift that a little bit. There we go. Okay. Oh man, I feel you on the flowers. Like, honestly, I went to go paint them with Daniel because to me, it was just like, well, flowers are absolutely impossible, and you are like one of the only people who loves making them. I have no idea how, but I guess that means you're the person I should learn from. Well, I say that kind of flippantly, but I mean he's the person I would be most excited to learn from regardless. And yeah, it's just so easy to make a painting I loathe when it comes to flowers. But it's also like super gratifying when you make a really good one. So goes both ways. Thank you for updating me on your daffodils, by the way. I think that's really cool. Just getting to kind of check in and hear how everyone's doing. So this, and this are helping to transform the colors here, but it's still so awkward because this, and this. So what I'm going to do now is go ahead and like push this plane of her nose up a little bit. That's gonna help take away some of that rosiness, and it's also gonna let me repaint this highlight. It's definitely an interesting pass. Like, it's going to be an interesting pass of painting. I see it as like objectively more blue than rosy, but that is like 100% an optical illusion. And my value is not correct. Actually, oof. Yeah, it's like barely more warm than cool. It is a really tricky neutral. The way I determined that was, and I try not to do this often, but it is really helpful at times. I literally just took the eyedropper tool on my image in Photoshop and color picked that area. Okay, you should be able to see like just how subtle this difference is. It is pretty much an identical value to what was down there before, to where it like really blends in with those sections. But just a little bit less pink. Did you survive the sports talk?
I survived the sports
I think
talk.
that's
It's amazing
it's
that they
deeply funny.
still find things to talk about.
Did
I
you?
thought, thank God,
I know.
at least the sports talk will be over. No.
No.
Now it's just not having sports talk.
Oh goodness. Did you see that like amazing tweet with the marble racing?
With the what?
The marble racing?
No, I didn't.
Oh, do I have a tweet for you?
We have flour.
Yay!
Woohoo.
Yeah, I've already paid Susan and thanked her profusely.
Fantastic. And you've got mac and cheese.
Yay! I saw it was like the deluxe kind,
Yeah,
or
it's the cups one. But it's something.
yeah, I'm happy to share that because I know for some people that's like the A+ mac and cheese.
For degenerates. Okay. Oh, and yeah, you do have the deluxe one. Ooh. Awesome. The flour will help a lot. And I know Suzanne is at Costco. So
Yeah, she's getting some Annie's mac and cheese.
what's that?
She texted me and said they had Annie's mac and cheese.
Annie's is good.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah, get us some
Sometimes I'm
Annie's.
feeling that like white cheddar, you know?
Mm-hmm.
We got more yeast in the mail, so or we're getting more yeast in the mail.
Whoa.
Yeah.
We should have enough to like make an initial loaf of bread if our heart's
Oh, yeah.
desire.
Yeah. No. How's your stream going?
Is good.
You've been cycling through like 3 different paintings.
Yeah, I mean, as is my way.
Yeah, true. I've been there. Been there. Yeah.
I should have told Suzanne, like, and if you find any laser, my cat is suffering from a horrible laser deficit because our old laser like stopped charging and we haven't been able to find a new laser, which is quite sad. All right. I know that this is still like we're not at masterpiece level yet, but it is. We're moving in the right direction. I can say that with confidence. I have one teeny tiny detail brush that once I pull it out, I can never find. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I hope my adjustment this time is again a good one. I mean, I kind of have to assume so on some level, like I'm moving toward it being increasingly accurate, so it should be an improvement. My paint is a little bit thin, which made my highlight not very satisfying just then. I really like her nose. I know that's like a really weird thing to say, but artists can say really weird things. It is our way. No, it just has like a lot of really, really pretty colors and all kinds of things to sort of enjoy. Specifically, this color that I hadn't really captured before. This purple that's just under the tip of her nose. It goes to some warmer colors as you get out toward the nostril. So you get this pretty kind of combination of like nice peachy colors, and you have like your magenta color. just a lot of nice things happening. Okay, I'm gonna take a look at her eye. Overall, like, it looks pretty good. There's not like anything I'm seeing wrong with it, but I definitely see room for just making it a little bit more like artistically pleasing. So her iris is going too low, and it's gonna take just a touch of like bringing her lid up. There we go. Yeah, definitely the interesting thing about her eye is that there's not even like a lot of visual information for me to use here. So I am gonna have to keep it like truly quite soft. And this is a really good example of the whites of her eyes are really like just her skin color. And that's not really about like the local color per se, that's more about, I just made that whole thing too light. It's really about the color that gets reflected back into the eye. So like, of course, if we have like an eyeball out of context, the whites of it are like pretty white. It's, you know, probably like an off-white ivory kind of thing in most people. But all right, this is really frustrating me. I'm gonna take a small, completely clean and dry brush and try and wipe away all of the paint that I put down in the past few minutes here. I kept trying to clean it, and it just wasn't working. Okay, it's a little bit nicer. You have to go in and kind of recreate that blue. Now I'm getting the quality that I want. Like, this is super wet on wet at this point. Things are, like, I'm losing edges. It's behaving the way that I want it to. I want the same kind of thing to happen with her eyelashes. Like, I'm not going to be very literal about painting eyelashes. I want the edges to get lost, to suggest that softness. There's a little bit of Gamsol on my brush, and I have to be careful that it doesn't run. It was more Gamsol that I meant to have. I grabbed some just to clean the brush. Overall, I think the shadow color for her eye is working pretty well. The only place I want to clean up is that itty bitty corner. It needs to be just a little bit darker and cooler. Okay. Getting closer. Alright, so that area of hair I'm gonna repaint. I just, the drawing was not quite right, so. Okay, so that needs to thicken. It's amazing how many colors are in blonde hair, like, truly. Like, the color that this is going to wind up being is Let's see what it looks like when I color pick it. It's like a gray brown. It's really, like the design of her hair is kind of weird right now. I need to do a good amount of like checking it against the image because the reference looks pleasing, like the way her hair is falling, but I just have it, it's too even, which means it doesn't look real. And I'm just gonna leave it that way for now because I trust that I am gonna understand what correction I need to make. Okay. Giving my eyes a quick rest from that. Okay. Try and think about what we should talk about while I'm taking a brief break. We talked recipes. We've talked what we're up to today. Has there been any more like news? I don't know if that's necessarily the conversation we want to have though. How are all your paintings or activities going? So I think I'm gonna paint until 5. Probably about to like take a fresh picture of the painting, do another round of comparing. Maybe I can clean up the design of her hair a little bit. Maybe give some attention to her other eye, and just generally see how the colors are coming. What I always really fear with making like big sweeping color corrections like this is overshooting. Nice. I'm glad that you were able to start a painting today. I have 2 more paintings that I want to have finished this month. And I have not started them. So you guys are gonna see probably later this week. You'll see me start those paintings and get like kind of the whole experience. They're sort of cool because they're gonna be big, and one is gonna be all in monochrome, so I'm gonna have to do it. And it's gonna work with transparency, so I'm probably gonna have to do it all over the course of 1 to 2 days. And then the second painting is that 3x4 foot still life. It's gonna be a floral still life. Okay. I want to make 1 or 2 more adjustments before I take a picture. Just stuff that I know I can improve before before I like check my work. So this area I think just had some like sinking in, which was looking like glare, but it's with one eye freshly repainted. Makes it really difficult to like judge what's happening with this eye. So okay, and then the second thing I wanted to do was, like, once again, her nostril is just not in the right place, which frustrates me. Because I keep doing, like, a pretty good job of painting it, only to have to move it. And I think that's partly why that's happening, is that I paint it, I'm happy with how it looks, and then I discover I have to repaint it, and I don't want to have to undo all of that work, and so the adjustment I make is too conservative, because I don't want to lose what I think is pretty. Yeah, I'm hoping that like watching me paint flowers will give you a sense of solidarity. Oof, that is just not the right color. my hope is that that is good enough. Kind of interesting thing about this painting is, generally speaking, I like put a blur on my images while I work, so that I can't get too tight. And on this picture that I'm working from, my hand wasn't very steady, and so there's just blur in the photograph, which kind of automatically prevents me from falling into that trap of painting too tight. Okay, and I like how that looks. There's a part of me that like deeply hopes that sometime soon it'll be safe to go to the garden center. Because at least if I'm not having a good day painting flowers, I can have a good day just planting them. Okay, this thing that I just did, it seemed like I was doing something correct, but it looks strange now. So I'm just trying to, like, as best as I can, look not just at it, but at everything else that's happening and figure out, like, is this not working because I did something wrong, or is it because the context around it isn't correct yet? does soften that edge. I don't want to go crazy because if it's too soft, I want it to look painterly. And sometimes too hard of an edge can take away from that, but sometimes too soft of an edge can also make it look less painterly. So alright, this is me just trying to like wet the area a little bit. Like I have a paint mixture that's very close to what I already had. It's a little bit of a transition color. And then I'm going to be able to go into that wet paint with a new color. That's going to be close to this like shadow bottom lip color. One problem I keep having, by the way, is that I keep cleaning this little brush, which is introducing a whole lot of Gamsol into this mixture, which I do not love. Okay. That seems like it's pretty close. It's a little dark and it needs a little bit more magenta. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Yeah, that's about the level of softness that I want. And the reason is that the mouth is so mobile that if you paint it really hard, well, I'll say the opposite. If it is painted soft enough, it looks like the subject is getting ready to speak. It gives them a very particular lifelike quality. So I like that looks about the same as before, but just with an additional level of softness in it. Similarly, I want to soften that like cheek shadow, just because that is a part of the mouth. Sounds like a neighbor is like shooting off fireworks right now. And just like with all the other instances of this, I'm going in to soften. I'm just doing that with a clean, dry brush. Okay. Now I take a picture and see how this is looking. Okay. Already it seems like the colors look better, but can't tell for sure just yet. Yeah, these colors are much closer, which makes me very happy. Because it definitely felt like a big departure, and it looked very pretty before. I knew I wasn't going to be able to push it to where I wanted in terms of looking like real naturalistic color with it as it was. So I'm going to kind of move to a totally different area for a hot second. So let's see, can you actually see where I'm painting? You can see a little bit of it. I will adjust my camera. Alright. So this color is pretty accurate. The shadow values are pretty accurate, but they should be desaturated. And I'm just gonna go and like refine this area just a little bit. Let's see, how close is this color? Remarkably close. Great. I don't really mind that I'm like painting over that area of hair on the right hand side. It's gonna get cleaned up. Like I was gonna have to repaint that area anyway, so. Alright. So that's looking just a little bit more like tulle, or mesh, I think it's tulle. I want to go ahead and add just like a little bit more definition to that area. And then I think I might actually spend a little bit of time on the bodice of the dress, just as like something I can use to sort of mix it up for the next hour and 20. No, probably an hour, because it'll take me a couple minutes to clean up, so. All right. Okay. All right. That I think is looking nice. That, though, is too dark. So that bit of the drawing is just a little bit closer. Next up is another part of the drawing that needs a good bit of work, which is this sleeve over here. Okay. Next up, I'm working on this like shadow side of her dress, which is tricky because it is almost like, I think it's like straight mid-tone gray. Just, you really wouldn't think it was that color. Is kind of how I see it. Which part of me having that observation likely means that there are shadows around there that need to go quite a bit deeper if that is supposed to look white. Okay, let's see how this looks. Oh wow. Yeah, I can see how something would look white next to that. So What's up, Holmes?
How's it going?
Goes. I will say, the advantage of a live stream is if I start it at a reasonable point in the day, I do kind of force myself to like end my work day at a normal time.
So you're planning at 5?
Yeah. Just realized that I've been painting on this portion of the painting that like no one on the stream can see. Oops, okay. So I'm just beginning to do some work that's a little bit lower down. Alright, so next up, her arm is like entirely not in the correct place. I've made this correction once already. I feel like her arm was probably like way up here or something. It just goes to show like when you have really big corrections like that, the chances of you actually correcting all the way like 100% accurately, I think it's pretty slim because you just think like no way could it have been so wrong. And so you make what's already like a pretty big adjustment and you're trying not to go overboard. that I'm once again working on a place. Oh, okay, you can barely see the section I'm working on. But I kept thinking that I had to lighten the paint mixture I was putting down, and I think what actually was happening was the surrounding areas were simply not dark enough. Is the weather nice where you all are, so that like you can go out and take a walk or do some gardening or something else nice outside? I have about half an hour left that I'm gonna do on this painting, and I'm just gonna take a quick breather. Rain and occasional rain with periods of rain, yeah. We had we're gonna have a day in the high 80s on Friday, which, I mean, probably will not be wildly pleasant, but today it's like 50 and cloudy, which is like fine. I don't know that I'm like chomping at the bit to go outside. But yeah, I'm not really sure which one I should be more excited about. The like overcast 50-degree day, or the like 87 and sunny day we're going to see on Friday. On the plus side, Friday will probably be a good day for washing the car, which could definitely use it. goodness. I think after the stream, I'm going to finish listening to a podcast episode. I have a whole bunch of YouTube content stockpiled just to watch for my own enjoyment. I have pastry chef attempts to make gourmet Girl Scout cookies, which I think is going to be amazing. I really like this channel on taking care of parrots, even though I don't have parrots and never intend to have them. It's just nice. It's just wholesome. It's like people helping people have better relationships with their birds, and I love it. So they had a video that came out this morning. It's about protecting your birds, or can birds get coronavirus? Which I'm pretty sure the answer to that is no. So probably not a lot of content I'm going to get in that video, but I'm going to watch it anyway. I'm going to give them those sweet, sweet watch hours. Then Baumgartner Restoration released a painting this morning. It's a Henry Ranger seascape that he's conserving. Then I have a second podcast episode. And then pro chefs make their favorite cocktails, 10 recipes. The only thing is I only like drinking when like I am with company and it's a special occasion. So probably not going to be making any of these cocktails while this is happening. Oh. And then I think I'm going to binge watch a little bit of Anne with an E. Excuse me. On Netflix. Ooh, yay! I'm glad the seascape restoration is good. I'm excited. Also, I hate how like every time we like cough or have a twinge of like a body ache or something, like we're like, oh God, is it happening? Every time. Every time. How was your meeting? Oh my God, I found a great TikTok. This is for you guys. I mean, I like how I'm sending you a TikTok in the form of a tweet, but it's fine. It's fine. It's really good. I do watch Portrait Artist of the Year. I saw that like I don't know, like a month ago they started airing the 2021. Or like I saw the videos go up on YouTube, but I haven't watched them. Do they have like the full 2020 series up? Nice. Is that all of them, Mike, or are there more episodes coming? I feel like Portrait Artist 2020, like they must film that in 2019. Like there's no way. Also, I feel you on the long meetings, Steven. Like that might not be my world anymore, but long meetings that I didn't need to attend is a relatable sentiment. I'm very curious what you all think of my very important tweet of a TikTok. So, is it open to artists that aren't from the UK? I definitely like I have watched entire seasons before and been like, "Oh, this is like pretty cool." Um I feel like there's like two thoughts, right? Like one thought is like get better. And then the other thought is, okay, well I could get to the point where I thought that I was like a badass like top of my game portrait artist, and then if it didn't go the way I want, I'd be like really pissed. Yes. Yeah, Scott, if you search Portrait Artist of the Year on YouTube, I think it should pull up a whole bunch of them, and you should be able to like watch them consecutively. I remember I like binged watched a bunch of them, and it was easy to find all the episodes in a row. Um, I feel like it's been airing for a while. Like I think the first one I watched was like from I don't know 2013 or maybe it was 2016, but um, I think it's maybe been almost 10 years. But yeah, it's yeah, exactly. The judging is so subjective, so I would hate it if like in that first round I were painting a portrait for a celebrity who just happened to like really love like modern art or something and I'd be screwed. I remember the judging doesn't quite work like that. Like they have a separate panel of judges. Um, but still, we have like an artist exhibition here in North Carolina, and it's at this like contemporary art museum where they've had some like fantastic realist painters. And I was like, oh, well, like the museum has some really great realism. I'll apply to their big exhibition. Um, oh man. Um, the year I applied, they went like full like art university contemporary or like liberal arts university art education. Like the things that got in were oh like performance art pieces on social issues. Someone submitted like a voter ballot that had literally no words on it. It was just like the lines of the ballot, so it kind of looked like a blank. Or it's not even a ballot. It was like a voter ID form or something. So yeah, it was just like a piece of. It was an 8.5 by 11 sheet of piece of paper with just a bunch of like grids on it, looking like a blank tax return or something. And that got in, and I was like, okay, this is not for me. no, no one is going to like my work here. And I still get emails from them like asking me to apply, and I'm like, no, you have lost these privileges. I'm really speaking of like. Oh wait, I'll respond to this first. Yeah, exactly. Like it's so hard because we can go in like knowing full well that it's not personal, but we're like, how is our objectively amazing thing not enough to overcome your personal taste? So I think there's something there about like setting boundaries for yourself about whose opinions are you even willing to subject yourself to, and I think that matters a great deal. My Twitter has a lot of cats on it right now, like the one I sent you guys, and I'm a little sad that my own cat has not. She has not joined the stream today. She's been parked in front of her window on her cat bed, mostly napping. Now she's on community watch. She's keeping an eye out on the birds. maybe sometime. I literally put like a cat trap by my desk for her to hop into so that she could like be on the stream. But she has not gotten in the cat trap today. And by cat trap, I mean a box of sweet kale vegetable salad kit from Costco. Like, it's an empty box, to be clear. There's not like actual salad kits in it. Okay, that was a very long diversion. Do you guys like it more when I'm like doing more painting that winds up being a little bit more quiet, or when we just kind of like chat? Because I can definitely try and tailor it one way or the other. Sometimes though, when I'm painting, I kind of just run out of things to say. I think that's a good observation, Mike, that like I think in the fine art world specifically, there are such specific gatekeepers that we go to. So like portrait artists go to Portrait Society of America, and like that's like their gold standard. And if they get validation from that group, they're extremely happy. For other people, it might be like Oil Painters of America, or sorry, these are all very US centric because I don't know any international organizations, but Art Renewal Center is another good one that like I imagine at Studio and Caminati people are into. And yeah, when you look at these things that are designed for like popular attention, I could imagine a lot of artists like turning their noses up at that. But at the same time, like I've seen some really cool artists get discovered on that show. I truly cannot remember what year this guy was from, but like, and I can't remember the person that he painted a portrait of for the season finale. But it was like this really, if you guys are familiar with Jeremy Mann, he does like a lot of work with like brayers and like, kind of similar to, I do not know how to pronounce his name. He's on YouTube. It's like Alpay, and then like his last name is like EFE. Not exactly sure how I would pronounce that correctly. But he also does like a lot with brayers, and it's kind of like he'll paint a portrait that's like really tight, and then he'll bring in these like massive like brayer strokes to abstract it. And the artist had work that was really similar to that. And the piece that was selected of the celebrity was going into like this big Scottish art museum, and it was like a really big deal for Scotland. And like I thought that painter was really legit. I thought he was making interesting work. I didn't think it was gimmicky. I mean, it was like mildly gimmicky in the fact that like in this portrait of this celebrity for the season finale, like he had the celebrity paint on the canvas before he then like made his portrait study of him. But like I'm okay with that. You know, like that wasn't the selling point of the piece. I think that was just a way to make the sitter feel like they were really a part of the painting. And in that sense, it does not, I don't really think of it as a gimmick, even though you technically could. I agree. There was like an honesty about it. And like, they did so many photo shoots that again were like super extra, where like the celebrity was like, I think like totally naked in a couple of them. And like, I don't know, it was like kind of silly in a way, but at the same time, like, yeah, I thought it was honest, and I thought he made really beautiful paintings. And if I recall correctly, like being on that show really did like launch him forward to maybe be able to like make work full time, or like it really did make a difference. And I think that's like the cool thing about that TV show is it's, you know, really does support like talented people who haven't been discovered yet. Oh, I'm glad you think so. I wonder what you would think of that painter. I can't recall if like that section of the season may have been divvied up into 2 episodes. I'm not entirely sure, but if you can find it, I'm curious what you would think about it. Okay. Oh, so I have 15 minutes of like actual painting time left. After that, I'm just gonna be kind of tidying up and like chatting with you guys. So I have to decide what I'm actually gonna do. I am honestly not even sure whether or not. Okay, I do need to take a new picture. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're totally right, Mike. Like, British reality TV had the, at least some of it, is like just so like pure. And it's not there to like make great television. It's just like nice. And it turns out that people really like TV that is nice and not there to like make people cry on camera and oh goodness, yeah. I wonder like if I could paint an American celebrity who I would love to paint. I mean, I feel like an obvious answer is like it'd be really cool to paint Obama, but like that would never happen. Because I don't like especially love the one for the like the official portrait. Was it a success?
Yes. Well, some of them. This is all I had of our list.
Thank you so much for picking up the mac and the cheese. And we now have a big thing of flour.
Oh, that's good. I'm glad.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna Venmo you and Oliver for these. Is Barry's yours or Oliver's?
Is what?
He asked me to get Barry's. Is that yours or Oliver's?
It's mine.
Okay. Just like adding up who to. Since I'm shopping for 4 different people, I'm keeping track of my receipts and stuff, so I'll Venmo y'all.
Oops. Need to. Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to share that. I hope it's a nice watch. I'm glad we talked about it because I could definitely use some more things to watch right about now. Okay, so want to deepen this just a little bit. I hope this brush is not too large. I might need a much smaller brush. I think this will do. That looks better. Her eyes overall look like pretty good. There's a couple little things that I can fix though. And I press to adjust this eyebrow continues. Or, I don't know why I said eyebrow. Nostril. And that's just all together the wrong color. Alright, so that is good enough to move on. Oh my gosh. Hello? That's so rude. Oh my gosh. And here I was like, he would only call me twice if it were like an emergency. Yeah, it is. It's like 30 seconds behind. You know, you can just like message me in the chat, Dad, instead of calling me so you can watch me talk to you on the stream. Cool. Okay. This is Barbara's daughter, Emily. So there. You'll see it in a second, but I updated my camera so that you can actually like see her face. Oh, okay, cool. Someone in the chat thinks you're really cool for calling me on the live stream while you watch me on the live stream, which I think is very generous. Because I literally said out loud on the microphone that my dad was calling me while he watched my live stream so he could see me pick up during the live stream. Don't encourage him. He doesn't need to think he's any cooler than he is. Thank you. Thank you. I look forward to talking to you in the chat next time. I love you too. Bye-bye. Goodness. Oh, okay. What on earth was I doing in this painting? That's the question. Okay. Also, I'm glad I made that camera adjustment because I did not realize that I had forgotten to move the camera. Ah, good news, everyone. The highlight is like more or less in the correct place. I'm gonna continue to kind of refine it a little bit, I think, but like all in all, not too shabby. So a couple days ago, and by a couple days ago I mean Saturday, Carol Main was asking me about the brushes I'm using. This is a really kind of like beat up Eclipse extra long comber. It's doing a really good job of like showing you its utility right now. Like I'm using it to make these kind of like ragged marks. And it's not really about blending, it's about like making brushwork that kind of blends when you look at it, not like brushwork that is objectively blended. So if any of you are like interested in picking up brushes to make, well, to make paintings like I make or paintings like I aspire to make, that might be the operative word. These are a great one. Thank you. Yeah, it's funny, I'm like just now kind of feeling like I'm getting into a groove, but like this is also the point at which I should kind of let myself ease off. Of course, that's how it happens. Okay, I don't love how super light that just got. So, rather than trying to do this with a brush, I'm gonna see if I can lift it with a paper towel. That did a little bit. I'm not sure how much exactly. Yeah, when I first like started oil painting, like the brand everyone wanted was silver. And now I know like a couple people who still use silver brushes, but like overwhelmingly people opt for the Rosemary's. The cool thing about it too is like Richard Schmid used to intentionally really like a brand that, and I know other artists who do this today still, but with different brands. He liked brands that like intentionally would fall apart, or maybe it wasn't designed to fall apart, but that's why he liked them. He really liked how the brush would fray over time, and then Rosemary made the comber, which is designed to replicate that without the brush falling apart and becoming useless so quickly. Yeah, I remember those Grand Prix brushes. I think I still have a bunch of them actually. Yeah, I would definitely like know what you want from Rosemary, and then like wait until you know that you need that specific thing, because like, sorry, apparently this takes super concentration. Like the brushes that have really made a difference are brushes that were recommended to me for a very specific purpose. So like these combers are really, really, really specific. Master's Choice also like have a very specific mark that they make that I haven't found in other brands. Not that I've done a whole lot of searching, but whereas like I think their bristles and their sables are, you know, you can find comparable things. Similarly, like the evergreens, I think they are like a synthetic silver brush that has like a brown bristle. It has like a very similar quality. I think it's like a dyed synthetic bristle. So some of them have like a lot of similarities, and it would be redundant to like get them in rosemary, whereas there are certain rosemary brushes where like when you need a brush to do a specific thing that your current kit does not do, like that is when I would totally recommend, you know, taking the leap. There is an insanely small adjustment I want to make. Okay. Great. Okay, we're at about the point where I said I would start cleaning out. So I'm going to start. There's a decent chance I see something I want to adjust before I'm done cleaning up. So I'm kind of just taking this opportunity to like tidy, but I'm not exactly done painting either. I know I asked, I think I asked Susan Lyon, who is one of the Portrait Society finalists this year, and she also won the big OPA competition a couple months back. I asked her a question about like how long she paints every day, but because she was one of Richard's, one of his students, I asked like what his habit was, and she said that at a maximum Richard painted for 5 hours a day. That there's just like, the way he saw it, there was only so much concentration you could do. And you know, maybe that's like a limiting belief on some level. Like maybe certain people can definitely paint more than that. But for me, I kind of see it like I already know he has much better concentration than I do at this stage in my career. So I'm not going to like plow ahead just for the sake of feeling productive. Now, if I do reach a point where like I feel like I've kind of mastered what I'm trying to master, and I feel like I could go longer than that, you know, maybe that would become a part of like my everyday routine. But for now, 5 hours is like a pretty good goal, I think, and a good cutoff point. Because there's always other things I can do in the business. I can like correspond with my clients. I can do some marketing work. You know, out or reach out to people who were interested in paintings and see if they, you know, would like to go ahead and reserve a painting or reserve a commission slot. So, and oftentimes those things can very easily fill up a whole 8-hour day if I let them. As a side note, I think it was like the time change, like the daylight savings, that it just like wrecked my sleep schedule. Like I just kind of happened to not be in a great place, and then after daylight savings, suddenly I felt like the day was already halfway over by the time I woke up. And I imagine for a lot of people, it's gonna feel kind of similarly, like with everyone working from home. But last night I actually managed to like go to bed a little bit earlier and wake up a little bit earlier. So hopefully I can kind of continue to stick to that. And I'm also hoping that like streaming will help with that too. Because part of the issue is I can easily paint until like 2 in the morning if I really wanted. This is I'm going to show you this brush when I'm finished cleaning it. But with a stream, ideally, I'm going to finish at 5 every day. This is a comber that's like had the stuffing beaten out of it. Like you can tell, like it's lost a lot of bristles, and the bristles are kind of going every which way. Daniel Keys would love this brush. Like he intentionally like beats the snot out of his brushes so that they make more and more interesting marks. So I have some combers. This one's dirty, but you can see it's like overall pretty even, and the bristles are all straight. There are times where it makes sense to have brushes like that, and then there are times when it makes sense to have brushes that have been like severely abused because they can make for more interesting brushwork. And it's kind of contrary to how I'm working up here, where I'm like leaning in and using a teeny tiny brush and like trying to get exact detail. I think that is fairly unimportant. You know, if you're really like painting as if you're working from life, and you want that look, it's gonna be less about like how tight and exact can I get certain details, and more about like if I stand back, how does the painting look? And with those brushes you can't quite control, you're more likely to kind of let go of that desire to control everything about the painting, and you'll, you know, get more interesting brushwork and all that other good stuff. Oh no! I didn't realize the brushes were out of the shot. Here, I'll show you the two that I held up. So here are the two brushes in question. Let's see. The top one is like a little bit more beat down, and the bottom one is like pretty nice and new and even. You might be able to see on the top one that like a lot of the bristles are splaying. There's like bristles that are totally missing. That's all I was really pointing toward. Stephen, if you're still here, is your workday wrapping up? My dad messaged me again outside of the streaming chat to tell me how cool the stream is. Thank you. You can also talk in the chat though, Dad. Oof. Not a good time for a slam. I'm sorry. I mean, I guess on the one hand, like, probably easier to be in a slam at home, where it might be easier to be a little bit more efficient, but also, like, yeah, not ideal. I hope you're able to put up a very healthy work boundary so that you'll have some, you know, some relaxation time. My dad says that he had to join a channel to talk in the chat, which presumably is why he's not talking in the chat. But I'm like always signed into YouTube. I can't remember the first time I like joined a chat, so I can't recall like what the instructions I should give are. So if any of you know how to help my dad join the chat, please feel free to say. Yas, that's a good attitude, Steven. Enjoy your pajamas. Feels good to have a fresh tub of mineral spirits. It makes cleaning brushes so much faster. You should have seen like all the gunk that I took out of my like brush tank yesterday. It like covered my whole palette and I had to use like 17 paper towels to get it into the have like an oily waste can so that nothing spontaneously combusts. Thank you, Scott. So, yeah, you need to have a YouTube account to be able to chat, but it should be able to tie with your Gmail. So if you like click something to set up your account so you can chat, it should be pretty easy. Like, I don't think you have to fill out big forms or anything like that. I think it'll just import your information from Gmail and you'll be good. Why don't I... Okay, I know it's like less sexy to look at my like dirty workspace rather than like a beautiful painting, but I'm gonna move this just so you can kind of see what I'm doing, because like why not? Of course it would help if I had a camera angle at which that were like remotely feasible. There's nothing wrong with creating a YouTube account. It's very easy, and they're not gonna like run away with all of your data. It's still just Google. All right. Hopefully I will not knock my tripod over. And yeah, like I said Sunday when I clean up, I'm really just trying to go from like my least dirty brushes to the most dirty, to keep the Gamsol as clean as I can for as long as I can. Oof. So this little guy has, I think, a lot of like dried paint in him. I can't tell if that is exactly what's going on, but yeah. Let me see if you can actually see what I'm referring to. Not at that angle, you can't. Oh, it's totally not gonna. No. Okay, fine. Point is, you can see that there's paint in here, so I'm probably just gonna let him probably just sit in some Murphy's oil soap. So I need to go get that. Alright. Disgusting jar with oil soap and a brush that I'm trying to rehabilitate. Some Murphy's oil soap, just enough to soak every part of the bristle. My dad's telling me that my camera should learn to autofocus. Little does he know that this camera has like the most advanced autofocus system. It's just locked because that's how I set it. And I don't want to go undo the settings. Okay. So my brush is soaking, so is my other brush. And if it's not too bad, I should be able to kind of come back to it tomorrow. I got paint all over my hand doing that, so before I continue, I'm gonna go ahead and get that clean. My autofocus is working fine. Thank you. It's working great. You should see it take pictures of like fast moving cats. Almost done cleaning up. You know, it feels good stopping work when it's like sunny out. What a concept. Especially on nights where I don't start working until it's dark out. Hey Eric, I'm not on Twitch. I figure my primary audience is going to be on YouTube, and I don't know if I can stream simultaneously, but just assumed I would have to pick, and so I picked YouTube. My dad's talking about how he loves that he can text me and then like no one can see what he's sending me, so I just sound like a crazy person talking to him when no one knows that he's talking to me. So we should all like use peer pressure to convince him to make a YouTube account so that everyone can witness the conversation. Yeah, Scott, I think that's a good idea. I see a lot of people using like a 2-bucket system, whether that's like 2 different things of mineral spirits or like mineral spirits is only to clean after the oil does what it can, so the bristles are like less likely to kind of get stripped down. I think in general it's smart. I just don't happen to do it. Yes, get that vitamin D. I think I might take a walk after this too. Like with the sun shining, it looks like quite tempting outside. So I hope you and Steph have a wonderful walk. I hope it stays sunny. And I'm gonna wind up wrapping the stream up in a minute. So thanks for hopping on the stream. I should be back tomorrow. I will cross my fingers that I get to hang out with you again tomorrow. Is Caroline on her?
Not till tonight. 10 p.m.
Fingers crossed. I'm crossing hard. Are all of your people like home, like aren't stuck anywhere, anything like that? I feel like we're getting kind of close to the point where it's going to get very hard to travel. So I know that that's scary. All right. That is my last brush clean. My container full of brushes is like exploding right now. I'll fix it later. Okay, next step, scrape the palette. Really bothers my grandfather that my paint scraper is like at a dangerous angle, so I guess I'll turn it upside down so that if he watches the stream, he doesn't have to worry that I'm gonna like slice myself open. All right. New paper towels for tomorrow. These are Vivo paper towels, by the way. I only know one artist who does not prefer Viva, and it's because he wants like a stiffer paper towel that's like more papery and less like clothy. And then I think the final step for today is literally just like wipe my hands down. Okay, so the palette I'm using is a glass palette, and it's painted neutral, like mid-value gray underneath of it. And what I'm going to do with my used, like, towel here is just try and get this a little bit cleaner, because why not? Rubbing alcohol is like really good for this, but honestly at this point I don't want to use rubbing alcohol if I don't have to. Just never know how badly we might need hand sanitizer. I will say though, my paint scraper is very dirty, which means that it doesn't like clean this super well. Yeah, that's a good idea. Like, there are definite problems with using my exact setup for travel, namely my brush stand, which looks like Aku from Samurai Jack. Totally like came apart when I packed it for a workshop, and I'm so afraid one day that I'm gonna like pull my palette out after a plane ride to find that the palette or the whole easel has broken. So I totally get it. I think plastic is very smart, and I really like a lot of things about the Edge Pro Gear easel that I have here. But I can see a definite advantage to something like the Strata easel, which instead of being like wood and glass is metal and plastic, I think. I don't like the palette on the Strata easel is white, but like, you know, I think it has definite advantages regardless, so. Yes, I love baby wipes, mostly for myself. Like, I started out using like the art wipes that you get from the art supply store, and they're like 40 times as expensive as baby wipes. And I was just like, no. No, that's stupid. So like baby wipes are like a little bit less strong, but like they do such a good job. And I really don't like having paint on my. I'm just not an artist who like needs an apron or like has like a painting outfit. I like to clean things up as quickly as I can, so that I don't spread paint other places. So for a while I had like the I think it's like gloves in a bottle, which is supposed to be like a barrier cream, and I still have that, but so far the most effective thing I have is just buying like inexpensive baby wipes and like always having a thing of baby wipes with me. And yeah, I think that's, you got like a pretty good look at a lot of my supplies and stuff today. Any like final questions or anything before I log off and catch up on like a solid hour of YouTube videos? Okay, I'm gonna take that as no further questions. Um, Thank you. Thank you all for coming and hanging out with me. It's like so cool, like getting to know the same people and just, I don't know. It's really cool. It's like such a step beyond just like interacting in like the YouTube comments or even like interacting on like Facebook or Instagram. So it means so much to see so many of you like come back day after day. My work day so far kind of looks like if I have to get done things that aren't painting related, I do that first thing. And then I spend like an hour like just sort of getting ready to stream. So today I think I kind of started that process at 11 and started streaming at noon. Hopefully as like my sleep schedule gets a little bit better, I can start earlier and earlier too. So I suspect at the latest tomorrow you should see me about lunchtime. And I guess if there's a day where you don't see me, it's like probably because I'm like under the weather. But yeah, I look forward to seeing all you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for hopping on the stream with me, and stay safe. And I wish you happy painting or happy working or whatever it is that you are doing. See you soon.